kurudi nyuma, sijielewi. Iwe giza baridi na upepo, inakuwa mawingu na minyesho. Your body baby, joto unafanya najisi special, unanipa sababu ya uwepo baby, kando yako we mtoto, my desire, we nipe dawa, mi maututi sijelewi, oh my love. Shidani nimekolea penzini, shidani baby uko moyoni, wewe nakupenda we, nakutaka we, kwako sijiwezi, oh my love. Mpenzi we, roho yangu we, kwako sijiwezi, oh my love. Akili mwili baby, hasira zangu nazituliza, ukiongea unasikiliza, yote sababu ya upendo. Oh pili pili baby, vindu mchumbi napitiliza, yani orodha kupitiliza, tena nishaumaliza mwendo. Kiukweli napendwa, tena nachanganywa na haya mara. Shidani nimekolea penzini, shidani baby uko moyoni, wewe nakupenda we, nakutaka we, kwako sijiwezi, oh my love. Mpenzi we, roho yangu we, kwako sijiwezi, oh my love. Julieta, Julieta uko wapi? Julieta, Julieta uko wapi? Tangu tuliachana nawe miaka iliyopita, uko wapi? Tangu tuliachana nawe miaka iliyopita, uko wapi? Uliniacha kuwa mimi sijui kizungu, ukamfuata mwalimu wa kizungu. Yule mwalimu kakufukuza tabia zako mbaya, yule mwalimu kakufukuza tabia zako mbaya, Julieta we. Uliniacha kuwa mimi sijui kizungu, ukamfuata mwalimu wa kizungu. Yule mwalimu kakufukuza tabia zako mbaya, yule mwalimu kakufukuza tabia zako mbaya, Julieta we. Oh, ninalia Angelike, Angelike rudi tuoane, ndoa yangu inanisumbua Oh, ninalia Angelike, Angelike rudi tuoane, ndoa yangu inanisumbua Sikujua kama situngeachana kwa mapenzi yetu ya kwanza tulipokuwa tukicheza twisti. Sikujua kama situngeachana kwa mapenzi yetu ya kwanza tulipokuwa tukicheza twisti. Twisti. Sikujua kama situngeachana kwa mapenzi yetu ya kwanza ulipokuwa tukicheza twisti. Sikujua kama situngeachana kwa mapenzi yetu ya kwanza tulipokuwa tukicheza twisti. Daddy, wherever you are, remember me in whatever you do. I love you. Daddy, wherever you are, remember me in whatever you do. I love you. For the city many years ago and promised to come back and take care of us. Many years have gone by now, still no sign of you, Daddy. Mother died of a heart attack many years ago. Daddy, wherever you are, remember me in whatever you do. I love you. Daddy, wherever you are, remember me in whatever you do. I love you. Wandering up and down the streets of Soweto, no place to call my home. I've tried to find you many years ago, but the woman you married to was not good at all. Daddy, wherever you are, remember me in whatever you do. I love you. Daddy, wherever you are, remember me in whatever you do. I love you.
Hi, good morning. I am Emmanuel. I'm from OLF Kenya, and there's a live podcast going on outside. So if you're free to speak on the efforts of the young people in fighting corruption in the country, feel free to come and share your insights outside there. There's a booth just next to the reception. Come and share your insights with us. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. We request that we settle down so that we can start our event. Those who are outside, please come in. Good morning. We request that we move in and start our event. Can we? Yes. We do the yeah. Yeah. Whip what way? Yeah. Yes, jambo. I don't know where the sound people are. Yeah. Waulize huko. Waipatie sauti kidogo. You guys, you are very squeezed. You guys, you are very squeezed. Hmm? You are very squeezed, you guys. You look very squeezed, unless you need each other's warmth. You are free to move the seat kidogo. You look very squeezed. Looking for
The others here.
yeah, the others. Yes. Mic testing. Give us some volume kidogo. Is it okay now? I think that is good now. Thank you. Those who are outside, we are requesting you to come in and take your seats so that we start our event in the next few minutes. Our ushers kindly guide those who are outside to take their seats in the hall. We are starting in a minute. We are just allowing the chair of EACC and the CEO, who are just doing some small activity out here, and I can see the CEO has walked in to join us. CEO, welcome. First, Hafsat Kinuthia and Wakili Hassan Kulundu, you can come near the podium in readiness for prayers. We are starting in a minute. Pastor Hafsat Kinuthia and Hassan Kulundu, you can come near the podium. Yes. Yes, Lord. We use this. We use which one? We put all this. We be upstanding for the national anthem. Sound team, you can play the anthem. Tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Kenya yangu naipenda, nachukia ufisadi, waharibu nchi yetu, tuangamize ufisadi. Kenya yangu naupinga ufisadi, bongo mbali, rushwa mbali, tuangamize ufisadi. Ndugu yangu wananchi, tudumishe maadili, tufanyapo kazi zetu, tuangamize ufisadi. Tuna nia na sababu na uwezo nazo mbinu, tuungane sisi sote, tuangamize ufisadi. Tuna nia na sababu na uwezo nazo mbinu, tuungane sisi sote, tuangamize ufisadi. Tuna nia na sababu na uwezo nazo mbinu, tuungane sisi sote, tuangamize ufisadi.
Thank you. We remain standing for a word of prayer from Pastor Efasat Kinuthia.
May we pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, thank you for this auspicious moment that you've given us, Father. We know that you are the creator of everything that is good, and that even in this day, Father, that you've congregated us here, we are here to speak of the best that human beings should always emulate. And that, Father, amongst us, we who are human beings sometimes are moved to go and act in ways that are anti what, Father, you like. And so that has brought confusion in our world. And how we pray this day, Father, that even as you remind us, and even as we hold hands with our youth this day, Father, to remind them of the best that, Father, you've taught us since when this world was created, help us to emulate it from now till when you shall come. And we pray that, Father, you lead us in the program from now till the end of it. For we pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
We remain in the mood of prayer to receive prayer from Asan Kolundu from Sukem.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Ya Allah, we gather here today in all your extolled names. Grant us the wisdom to pursue all those that you have permitted for us, and grant us the wisdom and the strength to stay away from all those that you have prohibited against us. Ya Allah, corruption is a vice that you have admonished in your holy book of the Quran more than 50 times. May Allah grant us the wisdom, the strength to pursue this day against corruption and allow us to be able to do all that is possible within our means to avoid corruption. Amen.
Thank you. We may have our seats. Those who are coming in, you can take your seats so that we start together. Today is an important day when we commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day 2025. The theme for today's commemoration is uniting with youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity. In our midst, we have the youth. We want to take this opportunity to really thank the youth for joining us in this commemoration. Before we start, as you know, the International Anti-Corruption Day is organized under the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum framework. And the forum is comprised of different sectors. We have about 20 sectors. So, Chairman, on behalf of the chief guest, allow us to make recognitions for all those who are here because it is not taken for granted. Allow me and join me to recognize the presence of the chairperson of EACC, Dr. David Oginde. Welcome, sir. Allow me equally to recognize the presence of the vice chairperson of EACC, Dr. Monica Moiru. Join me to recognize the presence of Commissioner Dr. Cecilia Mutuku, EACC. Equally, join me to recognize the presence of Colonel retired Alfred Mushimba, Commissioner, EACC. Join me to appreciate and recognize the presence of the Secretary Chief Executive Officer of EACC, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud. Join me to recognize the presence of Mr. George Pereiro Pinon, the head of Cooperation European Union Delegation. The EU delegation has played a critical role in this commemoration. Join me to recognize the presence of the PS State Department for Devolution, M. Lena Salon. Join me to recognize the presence of Court of Appeal Judge and the President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Daniel Musinga. Join me to recognize the presence of Judy Gino, the CEO of Global Compact Kenya. Join me to recognize the presence of the Director General, Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, Mr. Patrick Wanjuki. Join me in recognizing the presence of the CEO, National Land Commission. Join me in recognizing the presence of the Vice Chancellor of the Technical University of Kenya, Professor Mutua. Join me in recognizing the presence of the Vice Chancellor of Kirinyaga University, Professor Mary Ndungu. Join me in recognizing the presence of the Chairman of the National Federation of PBOs. Our chief guest for today is the Cabinet Secretary for Youth, who will be joining us shortly, and his team from his office are already here. Allow me to recognize the team from the Office of the Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Mufulia. Yeah. The CS is going to join us shortly. Allow me to recognize the various sectors which are represented here, because as I said, CLIF is a multi-stakeholder forum. Allow me to recognize the delegates from the executive. Delegates from the executive. Of course, they will be led by the CS who is coming later. Allow me to recognize the delegates from the judiciary. Justice Musinga is here, and I know we are also being joined by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Madam Frida Mokaya. Let me recognize the county governments. Representatives from the county government. Representatives from the labor sector. Just raise your hands for recognition. Thank you for that. Representatives from the anti-corruption agencies. We have many people fighting corruption, not just EACC. Very well, thank you. Representatives from oversight agencies. Oversight agencies, thank you, feel welcome. Representatives from the media. From the media, thank you for honoring the invite. Representatives from the private sector, thank you again for honoring the invite. Representatives from professional bodies, thank you again for honoring our invite. Representatives from the education sector, most of the youth will be found in educational institutions, and I know you have big presence in today's event. Representatives from the civil society, thank you. Representatives from religious organizations, thank you again. Representatives from constitutional commissions and the independent offices. Representatives from development partners, thank you. The transport sector, thank you. Regional and sub-regional bodies working in Kenya. Regional and sub-regional bodies in Kenya. The regulatory bodies. I know I had recognized the DG PPRA, but I know there are others. The financial services sector. And last but not least, the citizens, and for purposes of this meeting, they are represented by our youth. For our youth, because you have a lot of energy, I will request you to stand. We want to recognize you well because the theme is about the youth. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your presence. So, distinguished delegates, today's event has been taken very seriously by the youth who are at the center of this commemoration, and we don't take it for granted. With that, allow me, distinguished guests, to bring a small piece which will be done by the youth and is going to be moderated by the head of the CLIF Secretariat, Madam Joyce Munene. Joyce, you can come over and present the youth piece before we get to the other segment of the program. Thank you.
EACC Chair and all stakeholders present, good morning. A very good morning to you all. I will be introducing the next team, some energetic team of youths, led by their team leader, Mr. Willie Oeba. Where are you, Willie Oeba? Thank you. So he's an African poet empowering young people to fight inequality, uphold integrity, and foster social justice through spoken word. He believes that through art, people can stand in the gap between what is real and what is possible, and to respond to challenges by expanding those stories that are not told. He was awarded East Africa Poetic Battle King in 2018. I hope Willie and team, we want to see who I'm introducing, kindly. He was also awarded as Human Rights Defender of the Year in 2021 and a Ford Global Fellow. He does fusion music, live instrumentation, and spoken word. And that's why the performance is called Flow Tree Performance. Willie and team, kindly welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are you happy to be here or you're here to be happy? Both. Vijana we, mko sawa? Nikisema design, unasema design. Design. Waambie hata waandike Nairobi in small letters, bado ni capital. Wanze biashara ndio na Nairobi bado wanahitaji kutafuta capital. Akili sio syllable sana, usistress, usidigress, kuwa mdiverse. Wape hata chorus wakidiverse. It's all about the standards wakidai class. You still call the shots, hawezi divert. They accuse you of greatness. Sijui ni kuite battery, you're guilty as charged. Hawezi divert. Now that you have wings to fly, nasema speak plain English. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Geo Sax and Oni Muziki and Bonke on the guitar. Give it up for them, give it up for them. So today we want to talk about leadership and integrity, sindio? And how we incorporate the youth. But leadership, integrity, chapter 6 of the Constitution. Article 73 nasema nini? We have responsibility, sindio? Ya kukua, yo leadership kukua integral, sindio? Champion for integrity in our leadership, servant leadership, sindio? But we as young people also have a very vital responsibility. Na ndio create change, lazima uvote. Ndio vote ni must, tuchukue kura. Time's up. The moment you've all been waiting for is here and nothing can stop. The youth, mtabaki kuwa the leaders of tomorrow if you don't register to be the voters of today. Because in Kenya, leaders are neither made nor born. They are voted for.
Sauti ya kupaza shujaa, simama mstari mbele wakuone, utakachosema wasikie, wakati ndio sasa itumie. Usiogope kudhulumiwa, usiogope kurekebishwa, ndio mwanzo wa story of glory, nothing but glory. Fungua roho yako, weka wazi mawazo, tenda wema, nenda zako,
word? Well, it is a just word. One that comes just before the word peace. The actual peak, when you're trying to pick between that and this. If the just God is love, then integrity it is what love thinks it is. Justice is independent. The prefix "in" to that word means none of it. So I am not a poet. My life is a poem. Because word is life and life is just a word, and that is how it goes. The day I stop speaking about the things that matter is when we all start dying. So dear death, don't kill me yet. Because if you do, my mama will cry. And if she cries now, that will kill me. So it ends now. And then to step back and take a long view. The kingdom of total justice and integrity is not only beyond our efforts, it is beyond our vision. Me and you accomplish only a fraction of the magnificent enterprise that is social justice work. Nothing we do is complete, which is to say that the kingdom of total change lies beyond us. No statement says all that could be said. No set goals and objectives includes everything. But me and you, we plant the seeds that will grow. We water the seeds already planted, knowing too well that they hold future promise. We cannot do everything. And there is a sense of liberation in knowing this. Well, this enables you and me to do something and do it very well. Well, it might be incomplete, but that allows God grace to enter and do the rest. We might not see the end results in this journey towards justice, integrity, and fighting corruption. But the conversation needs to start. And that's the difference between the master builder and the worker. Me and you are workers, not master builders. We in this room are ministers. We are not messiahs. We are prophets of a future, not our own. Thank you. Let's sing together. You can clap. You can clap. Feel free to clap. Sema.
Fungua roho yako, weka wazi mawazo, tenda wema, nenda zako.
Asiyekupenda chana.
Nao ni shauri
Wacha niwafunze kitu.
shauri yao.
Hii kazi si rahisi. Hii kazi ya EACC si rahisi, si ndio?
Weka wazi mawazo,
Kwa hivyo
tenda
anasema fungua roho yako, weka wazi wazo lako, asiyekupenda wachana naye, ni shauri yake.
shauri yake.
Kama unafanya si rahisi, si ukweli? I want us to say together, sawa sawa.
Asiyekupenda, asiyekupenda, asiyekupenda.
Haya, twende, you can clap. Ati
Fungua roho yako, weka wazi mawazo,
tenda wema, nenda
zako.
asiyekupenda.
Achana nao
Ni shauri yao.
shauri yao.
Thank you so much.
That was incredibly good. A round of applause for him again. Thank you so much, Willie, and your team. I recognize the presence of the PS, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, who has just joined us. And I'll be taking us to the next session. It's an interactive session per the program. Experience sharing on corruption encountered by youths. I wish to invite the youth in the room by a show of hands. How many have encountered corruption? How many have encountered corruption? Wow, that's a big number. And because of that, I'll be inviting 3 people, first come basis, 3 people, to just share their encounter. The reason we are doing this is because we are giving a voice to the lived realities. This is a lived reality if he has encountered corruption. So you will be short, brief, respectful, okay? And in a nutshell, you introduce yourself and the kind of corruption you encountered.
Good, beautiful morning. So I've actually been chased out of my seat by some beautiful young people there. My name is David Waithaka. I am part of the African Youth Leadership Forum, the IOLF. Yes. We are doing amazing work, working around building leaders that our core values is actually integrity. So leaders that stand on the basis of integrity and core values of love, friendship, and I think just thinking broader about national building. So my short story about corruption. So yes. So I'll start with a sort of like a short story of how Kenya was built. So one, in the story of Kenya's sort of development and our founding fathers and mothers, integrity is sort of water to milk. You cannot separate the two, and that is what I think strongly builds Kenya. Kenya to be such a strong nation, strong standing nations, 50 years, more than 50 years after independence. And one of the things is each one of us that continues to be corrupt is us taking on sort of a mantle and wearing a coat that isn't of us, wasn't made for us. Because anyone who's corrupt is acting out of the basis of what is normal in that setting of sort of normalcy in our nation. And one way is, as a young person, very young, still not yet in my 50s, one of the things that actually works is in our pursuit to want better, to want more. Sadly or happily enough, I was involved in last year's Haki Yetu Maandamano. And one of the reasons I was outside, but this year I was not, I support freedom and expression, just to say. One of the reasons why we were outside nationally is education. In spaces whereby a country as young as ours, as pregnant as ours, with a sense of, with a mean age of 21, 22, we have such a very budding, ambitious young people with such a great desire to be able to achieve greatness. We are following boldly and strongly on the footsteps of our ambitious fathers that are before us, who are seated in front of here. We appreciate the work you've been doing. And each year, for generations, we've always been told, as Willie Oeba has told us here, in his part of his verse, is we are told on the story of us being the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow will never get us. It has never actually ever gotten there. But the picture is nationally, every one of us has expectations. And each year we grow up, we wake up with that expectation in mind, whereby today it's either I kill the elephant or the elephant kills me. And the desire for young people, I'm going to just keep it broad. I think if I go into specifics, we'll stay here. The desire of such a nation as us, young as ours, is when we see a nation amazing as ours, every day on television we've lost 2 billion Kenyan shillings stealing ice cream from a kid. That hurts us, breaks us, because this is our future being taken away. And every day you hear that, we understand that this is sort of a multiplier effect. It will get to us. That 2 billion, that is when I want to take my kid to school, to healthcare, it will affect me there. So that I think strongly sort of opening the conversation is what has affected us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay. He has given us a general overview, and we appreciate that. I'll hand over to you kindly. What corruption encounters have you experienced? That is the question in a nutshell. Please.
Thank you. Wow. We are here talking about corruption. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have lived in this country enough, and I'm surprised most of you have not encountered corruption. So I really want to live where you people live. Where I have encountered corruption, I encounter corruption every day. Actually, we lose a lot of money on corruption on transport. Even today in the morning, I'm in the matatu, and the policeman next to me is busy is being corrupted. That on aside, corruption has become a norm in this country. And I really wanted to take this platform to tell the youth, please pause giving birth. Let us sort this corruption menace fast before we even start giving birth, because the future is not bright for the young ones we are going to give birth to. How can you sort this mess that is there already? This country the system is entrenched to the grassroots. I don't know, to me, I don't have any hope. We need to partner with the EACC. Thank you so much, Pastor Dr. Oginde. You are doing a lot, but you need partners, well-wishers, who need to come and support you in the work you do. I ask myself one question. What if we have every institution taking responsibility of corruption? If you are aligned in alliance, for example, I'm not saying alliance is corrupt, then I'm in a public office and I'm said to be corrupt. What is the responsibility of the school that nurtured me? What is the responsibility of the school that nurtured me? My parents? So if we have this responsibility, we will take control of this menace. Otherwise, if we leave it loose, even the church where I go to, their principles and morals they teach to us. We hear in the offices, but the things we do in the offices does not reflect where we come from. So I say, in short, that I interact with corruption every day, even from this hall. When I get out of the road, I will interact with corruption. Thank you.
It's good umefungua roho. Thank you very much. Let's go to the lady.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to be very brief. I encountered corruption, one that really broke my heart when I was 13 years old in okay, I'm not going to say, tell you all my age, but I was selected to join a school, a national school, after passing my KCPE exams from a very local school back in the village. And during that time, there were school fees cuts in the national schools. I remember they were reduced to around 50,000. It was supposed to be a uniform school fees for like all schools. And when we went to the gate, my parents were having a very hard financial time that year because of what was happening in our family. And then we got to the school gate. We didn't go in a big car. We didn't look like we were capable. And therefore, the guards there said, you know what, there are still hidden costs inside here, so we don't think you are gonna like manage to pay the school fees and everything. And that's how I was denied the chance. In my school uniform, I went back home and went to a day school for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then now I found another school which turned out so good for me and nurtured me. Right now I'm the vice president of Egerton University, and while I was in high school, I got so motivated. We had discussed with the vice chairperson, and I told her, make sure you invite me to that platform. So I'm so grateful to be here, and we need to understand that corruption steals the future of young dreamers. Let's be integral from ourselves and everywhere, in every space we are. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Since you're the fourth one, and we had said 3, you'll now maintain even a shorter version, right?
All right. I'm a storyteller, but I'll try to manage. My name is Emmanuel Nakola, and I think as I grow up, the more I realize how pinchy corruption is. And this came 5 years ago when I was going to my placement, my first placement in a county referral hospital. So I went, and I found the administrator there, explained to myself, I'm here, I need an attachment. And then the man looked at me, and I didn't have a suit like this one. I was just fresh from campus, beaten up by academic life, But I wanted this facility because I knew that I would gain some experience. And then he told me to bring the transcripts, and I also did well. So I thought the transcripts will take me to, you know. So, but he told me, but you know, we usually give attachment when someone pays some amount. And I was like, what do you mean some amount? I am a student, I don't even have any, you know, I'm broke. And then he said, you know, and I already have paid some amount to school, some attachment fee in school. So I didn't expect that there's any other attachment fee. And then he gave me an amount, quoted an amount, and I was like, goodness, is this how it's going to be? After all, I just told him, no, look, I don't believe that the only time I can get an attachment is when I bribe my way in. So let me just go and figure out my life because I'm not going to do that. And then he called me back, hey, come back. You know what, you can just take the chance. And I'm like, oh, it was not even that serious. So you didn't even know you need the money. And I realized that he was not testing me. He actually needed the money. And corruption is all over the place. Recently, just 3 months ago, I was having a rest, and then I thought maybe I could just go to Uhuru Gardens, just up here, and just take a book and reflect, read. And then I found out that by the time I was getting to the gate, I had forgotten my ID card. And then I went, I shared this, we have been at Focus, we've been having the integrity week, and I have shared month, and I have shared this in the groups. So getting to the gate, the gentleman who was there, the gate guy, not now the administrator, so that you can know that corruption actually is in every level of this society, and it's rotting every day. He told me, where is your ID? And then checking, I didn't have my ID. And I told him, oh, I think I forgot my ID. And then he told me, okay, you know, we usually don't allow people to get here without an ID. And I was like, oh, yeah, I think I remember, but now, my bad. I might need to find some other place to do the reading. And then he told me, lakini si unaweza toa tu kitu kidogo, and then hii mambo ishe. And then, because of my faith, because I'm a Christian, I was just like, no, look, I am a Christian, and my allegiance is to God, and I am not allowed to do what you are calling me to do. And I was like, if you're going to not allow me to get in, sorry, but it's okay. So turning back, he did the same thing that the administrator did. Say, no, come, just, it's okay. And I got in, did my reading. This standing for the truth is not always, I mean, what you will lose is more bigger than, what you will gain is more bigger than what you will lose. So let's keep on fighting against corruption. And if we are going to lose our lives, I think that's a worthy pursuit. I think if I die today for standing for the truth, that's heroism. And I think that's something that all of us will desire to be celebrated. If somebody will shoot me with a bullet just because of saying no to injustice and corruption, then that's a good death. After all, we'll all die one day. Thank you so much.
That's the spirit. That gives me hope. We recognize the presence of the CS, who is just arriving, accompanied by our CEO. Thank you. I'll be inviting back the other moderator, Mr. Jackson Mue. CS, before you arrived, we just had a session, an interactive session with the youths, and the reason why they were sharing their experiences on the corruption they've encountered is to tell you, the youth in the room, that you also have a part to play. I'm glad that there are those who were asked to give kitu kidogo and refused. You did your part, and it's very encouraging. So I'll give back to the moderator, Mr. Mue, so that we proceed with the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce, for that part. We recognize the presence of our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth, Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, the Honorable Salim Mvurya. Welcome, sir. We also equally recognize the presence of the PS, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, Ms. Judith Pereno. Welcome, madam. We too recognize the presence of the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, the Honorable Winfrida Mokaya. I too recognize the presence of the Executive Director of Transparency International, Madam Sheila Masinde, who is also the Vice Chair of the National Coordinating Committee of the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum. Feel all welcome. Chief guest, before you came, we had recognized the others, and therefore we'll just continue with the program. We are moving to the segment of the program where we are going to receive some short remarks from representatives of different sectors. And the first to speak to us will be Ms. Judy Njino, who is the Executive Director of the UN Global Compact, representing the private sector. Welcome, Madam Judy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, the Creative Economy and Sports, Honorable Salim Mvurya. Principal Secretary present, I see Judith Pereno, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs. The Chairperson of EACC, Dr. David Oginde. All the commissioners present, the CEO, EACC, Mr. Abdi Mohamud, distinguished members of the National Coordinating Committee, representatives of government, the private sector, development partners, civil society, and above all, the young people of Kenya, good morning. Today we mark the 2025 International Anti-Corruption Day under a theme that speaks directly to the heart of the nation's future: uniting with youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity. This theme could not be more fitting. Young people in Kenya and across our continent bear the heaviest burden of corruption. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, with 70% of its population under the age of 30. And here in Kenya, youth between 18 and 35 years make up more than 75% of our population. Yet, despite this demographic strength, far too many continue to face high levels of unemployment, limiting their access to meaningful opportunities, and too often, systems reward connections rather than competence, and the spaces meant to empower the youth are constrained by a lack of transparency and consistency. When recruitment processes are manipulated, as we've had, when public resources intended for youth empowerment are diverted, and when leadership positions are captured rather than earned, young people pay the highest price. Their dreams are delayed, their confidence is eroded, and their aspirations are dimmed. But we've had, young people are not merely victims of corruption. They are the strongest force we have in the fight against it. With over 1.9 billion youth globally and millions here in Kenya, we are witnessing a rising generation emerging as guardians of integrity. And we've had the stories this morning. They are speaking up, they are organizing, they are challenging systems that once felt immovable. And they are using technology to redefine transparency and accountability. They are also exposing wrongdoing online. They are tracking public spending. They are questioning unethical decisions. And they are modeling leadership grounded in service, fairness, and responsibility. To the Kenyan youth present here this morning, if Kenyans youth united around integrity, they would form the largest and most powerful anti-corruption movement Kenya has ever seen. At the UN Global Compact, which is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, We are working to continue to champion business integrity as a core pillar of our mandate. We are supporting companies to operationalize our 10th principle on anti-corruption, strengthening ethical business conduct, and embedding cultures of accountability, transparency, and fairness. And as a member of the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum, we believe in coalition building, capacity development, and driving business integrity initiative that will emphasize integrity as a key driver of economic growth, which we believe does not present competing priorities to the business agenda. Integrity for us is the foundation of sustainable prosperity and inclusive development. We also recognize the private sector in Kenya offers powerful pathways for young people to plug in, contribute, and lead with integrity. And we are very pleased to have representatives from the private sector and signatories to the UN Global Compact and the Code of Ethics for Business in Kenya present with us here today, and members of our anti-corruption working group who value the engagement with other sectors of society to drive integrity in Kenya. Businesses are increasingly prioritizing ethics, compliance, and transparency, and they are creating new opportunities for youth in compliance, risk management, data analytics, for accountability, sustainability reporting, customer-facing roles where trust is essential, and leadership pipelines shaped by values rather than connections. The young people here, we are calling on you to upskill and to step up confidently into these roles that influence a culture of integrity in Kenya. You youth are leading innovators. The private sector is actively seeking digital solutions that detect and prevent fraud, platforms that simplify reporting, technologies that enhance supply chain transparency, and communication strategies that shift public mindsets. These are solutions that all of you youth represented here today are uniquely positioned to design, scale, and deploy. And so to the young people here today and across Kenya, those who are watching, I want to say this: your numbers are your strength, your voice is your influence, and your integrity is your power. Reject corruption in all its forms. Demand transparency in your schools, in your communities, in your workplaces, and also as you interact with the public sector. Also demand action against corruption, even amongst your peer networks, because we also know those influences exist and those peer pressures exist to do wrong. Importantly, use your creativity, your digital skills, and your influence to build a Kenya where integrity becomes the norm and not the exception. You're not waiting for the future, you are shaping it now. You are the future today. And to all of us gathered here, the government, private sector representatives, civil society, development partners, and academia, we are reminded that this fight demands unity of purpose, and that's why we gather under the ambit of the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum. For government, please safeguard whistleblowers and uphold strong integrity mechanisms. For businesses, please dismantle unethical practices and reward honesty. To the representatives of civil society in the room, continue with your oversight role. And to our development partners, support innovation and capacity building. And to representatives of academia, nurture a generation that sees ethics as a core competency rather than an optional value. Above all, we must ensure that young people are consistently at the table, not as tokens, but as leaders and partners in decision making. And that's why we are so excited to have so many of them represented here as we dialogue and champion anti-corruption in Kenya. And as a member of the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum, on behalf of the Global Compact Kenya movement, we commit to stand with Kenya's youth as we work to build a more just, accountable, and opportunity-driven Kenya. To all of us here, let us unite with our youth. Let us empower them. Let us follow their courage, because when young people rise against corruption, the nation rises with them. I thank you.
Thank you for those remarks. On behalf of the private sector, would speak on behalf of the Media Council of Kenya, and this is none other than Christine Ngoku. Madam Christine.
Thank you. The CS, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Honorable Salim Vuria, Madam PS, the Chairman of EACC, the CEO, EACC, distinguished guests, dignitaries, and our distinguished youth, good morning. I stand to speak on behalf of my CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Omoyo Omoyo. And these are the words he has sent me to share with you. I bring warm greetings from the Media Council of Kenya, the statutory regulator of the media in Kenya, and importantly, the official media sector convener of the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum, CLIF. Today, on International Anti-Corruption Day 2025, under the inspiring theme, Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity, the Media Council of Kenya stands shoulder to shoulder with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and all partners who refuse to accept corruption as normal. The role of the media in the fight against corruption is more vital than ever, as evidenced by the robust coverage of graft in public institutions just in this morning. This morning, our newspaper and broadcast media reports have delved deeply into EACC's ongoing probes into billions lost to irregular tenders across several counties. Proof that Kenyan media remains a fearless sentinel. As convener of the media sector within CLIF, we see this commemoration not as a one-day event, but as a decisive moment to deepen collaboration between regulators, media owners, journalists, and the next generation, actually, the next generation of journalists. And young people, welcome to the media. Legacy media, traditional media, new gen media, and creative media, you're welcome. The media's role is clear and indispensable. We expose corruption without fear, inform and empower citizens, amplify whistleblowers, educate the public on the cost of graft, and uphold our own ethical standards. Because only a credible media can effectively fight corruption. Credibility, which is a core pillar of journalism, is what allows the media to shape public opinion, influence policy, and sustain long-term cultural change towards integrity. Today's focus on youth is particularly close to our hearts. I want the over 35-year-olds to look around. And I mean that, turn around and look around. Where are the youth again? Can you see them? When you look around, these are the journalists. These are the editors. And these are the digital communicators of tomorrow. They are in this room and watching online. By investing in them now, we are securing Kenya's integrity for decades to come. The Media Council of Kenya reaffirms here, publicly and unequivocally, our unwavering institutional commitment to the war against corruption. This is not a side activity. It is at the core of our mandate. We will continue to train, to mentor, and to defend journalists who take risks to expose graft. We will continue to defend press freedom because a muzzled media is the best friend of the corrupt. We will keep working through CLIF and with the EACC, the judiciary, Parliament, the National Cohesion and Values Directorate, civil society, and the private sector, because no single institution can win this fight alone. On behalf of every journalist and media house in Kenya, I pledge our sustained partnership, our expertise, and our resolve to stand together against corruption. Together with our youth, we will ensure that tomorrow's Kenya is built on integrity, accountability, and pride. We are now counting on you, young people, to do that with us. Thank you. Santeni sana, and may this International Anti-Corruption Day mark another firm step towards a corrupt-free nation. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Madam Christine. Thank you for those remarks. We are doing well. Now we are going to receive remarks from our Principal Secretary, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Judith Pareno. Welcome, PS.
Honorable Chief Guests, Honorable Mvurya, all protocols observed. I also see PS Devolution, Lena Salon, my colleague. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether it's still morning. Good morning. Is it morning or is it going to afternoon? Afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't know how to place this. There's so much on this table. But I'm just from an activity that is related to this one. Somehow it was designed, it was not designed, but somehow it happened that we were launching the county anti-corruption civilian oversight committees that fall under the National Anti-Corruption Campaign Steering Committee, an institution that is under my department. So it went on very well because the theme is corruption today. And it was just like a warm-up to this particular exercise today. And I've left about 500 members of those CACOCs being trained at the cooperative university on how to do social audits, how to, if possible, smell corruption, how to report corruption, how to whistleblow on corruption, and how they need to come out strongly. And I had the head of public service as the chief guest to usher in that training today. And I want to repeat some of the messages he gave. Out of the training, we expect that the people who are going to be trained as committees in each of these counties are going to, he told them, when you see corruption, please scream if it is a scream that will wake everybody up. If you need to shout, shout. If that is what will wake up the people of this country to fight corruption. If you need to take that photo or a video so that you send it to ESCC, send it wherever that it can capture attention, so be it. And why we were training these committees was because when I looked at the executive order that created my department, corruption was fighting corruption in terms of sensitization, so that you differentiate the work of the ESCC and my work. The work of the State Department is to sensitize the country about the effect of corruption, to educate the country and campaign against corruption, to do civic education on the provisions of our Constitution, which talks about leadership and integrity and good governance, which cannot be if corruption is there. So we picked these committees, the media, we invited them. The young people are represented, 47 of them from each county. The women are represented, 47 of them from each county. The disability wing is represented with 47 from each county. The church is represented with several of them from each county. So I think we are speaking to the people, and we felt that the people should be the ones reporting. It's not from Nairobi that we should be sitting to report from our desk to report corruption. The citizens must be involved to come out strongly. So I'll proceed now to try and read my speech as written. So all protocols observed, and I'm deeply honored to join you on this day as we commemorate the International Anti-Corruption Day. Let me begin by thanking all of you for recognizing the significance of this day and turning up in large numbers. Indeed, your participation in this event communicates to the people of Kenya that you will continue to take the lead in promoting ethics and integrity. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Kenya Leadership and Integrity Forum through the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for their leadership in coordinating this year's commemoration. Their continued dedication to foster a culture of integrity, strengthening partnerships, and mobilizing national action against corruption has been instrumental in advancing our country's governance agenda. Today's commemoration is very important as it marks the day that the world collectively in one voice speaks against corruption and raising public awareness against the vice. It has been more than 2 decades now since Kenya had a majority of other state parties signed the UN Convention Against Corruption. Over time, the convention, alongside other local, regional, and international policy documents on corruption, have guided our anti-corruption efforts and initiatives. The commemoration is yet another testament to our country's unwavering commitment to uniting state and stakeholders, empowering citizens, and ensuring that the fight against corruption remains a top national priority. And on this instance, I want to say that my department is already working on how to review the national and ethics and anti-corruption policy, because it's due for review. We're already on it. Each year, this day challenges us to reflect on our progress, renew our commitment, and strengthen our collective resolve in combating corruption in our country. It also reminds us of Kenya's obligation under the UN Convention Against Corruption, to which we are a proud state party. This year's theme, Uniting the Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity, is especially meaningful as it recognizes the central role of young people as drivers of the transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership. Our youths represent innovation, courage, and the future of this nation. In fact, I normally call them a resource for this nation. Their active participation is crucial to dismantling corruption networks and cultivating a culture of integrity that will define Kenya's tomorrow. I'm encouraged by the growing number of young people who are joining integrity clubs, reporting wrongdoing, participating in civic education processes, using technology to demand accountability, and lending their voices to national dialogue on ethics and governance. With over 75% of Kenya's population comprising young people, the responsibility of shaping the country's governance landscape increasingly rests in their hands. The future is truly theirs, and empowering them is not optional, it is essential. The government of Kenya has demonstrated its steadfast commitment to promoting good governance and combating corruption, so much so that it established the State Department dedicated to issues of governance, human rights, and constitutional affairs. The creation of this State Department underscores the government's recognition that justice, integrity, and accountability are not peripheral responsibilities, but central pillars of national development and public trust. The State Department plays a central role in coordinating policies, legislative reforms, and initiatives that safeguard integrity and accountability across the public service and society at large. In line with its broader governance and integrity agenda, the government, through the State Department of Justice, continue to intensify efforts to combat corruption by advancing key legislative and policy reforms on corruption, including developing a legal reform on the whistleblowers protection, the conflict of interest law, strengthening the existing laws on corruption through the Anti-Corruption Amendment Bill, among others. On this one, we are doing amendments to another 8 laws under the Anti-Corruption Amendment Law, inclusive a provision that is going to ensure that our courts can conclude corruption cases within 6 months. Enhancing reporting and protecting mechanism for victims of crime and witnesses, strengthening collaboration among anti-corruption agencies, and expanding public awareness programs, like the one I've just launched this morning for purposes of awareness and sensitization. These efforts reflect our dedication to ensure that justice systems are effective, institutions are accountable, and public trust is safeguarded. Corruption robs our nation of opportunities, diminishes trust in our institutions, and redirects resources away from those who need them most. Overcoming it requires determination, shared responsibility, and unwavering vigilance. I call upon our young people, public servants, civil society, private sector actors, and development partners to work together as a united front. Let us create safe spaces for young youth engagement, support innovation that advances transparency, and build a culture where integrity is the norm, not the exception. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let us remember that each one of us has a role to play in the fight against corruption, and the future of our nation depends on the choices we make today. Thank you.
We can appreciate the PS better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, PS. PS has something to share.
Yeah, this is the folder that we have from the National Anti-Corruption Steering Campaign Committee. It says, "See Kenya through proud eyes." That is the logo. We want to be proud Kenyans and see Kenya through proud eyes.
Thank you, PS, for sharing. Before I bring the next item, allow me to recognize the Charge d'Affaires from the British High Commission, Dr. Barnett. Welcome, sir. The next item will be a short presentation on artistic expression by the youth, which again will produce Joyce Monene. Joyce, come and introduce that short piece.
Thank you, Director. Honorable CS, before you joined this morning, we had a team of youth led by Willie Oeba. He's an African poet, empowering young people to fight inequality, uphold integrity, and foster social justice through spoken word. Spoken word is a form of communication. It's powerful, and it's a way we would wish to continue embracing so that we share the same message, but in a way the targeted group, which is the youth, can understand. So we welcome very much with your team, proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We said leaders are neither born nor made. They are? They are? Very good students. Clap for yourselves. Yeah, and we are here because of Article 79 that establishes the EACC. Sindio? So, I'll tell you a very short story because we are marking the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Sindio? And leadership and integrity, I learned it from my mom. One clap for the women in the house. And I have an album dubbed Yellow Paper Bag. Because my mom used to be a hawker, a vendor in the streets of Nakuru. And she used to sell bed sheets, curtains, and every time she went out, she used to use the yellow paper bag. The one ilikuwa imeandikwa Jumbo, the one written Jumbo, Opil. Gen Z's in the house, I know you're lost. And we lived hand to mouth. But every time she used to step out of the house, we were sure we would eat. Even though she would come with sugar, quarter kg, I stopped taking sugar though. Unga, half a kg, but we were sure we would eat. Be it rain, be it sunshine. So I want to leave you with something. Consistency is the only thing failure cannot keep up with. Because in this journey towards leadership and integrity, we said it's not easy, but with consistency we will get there. So this piece is dedicated to all the women in the house, all the ladies, all the young people, because also leadership and integrity starts there. Welcome.
Neria, oh, 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 Neria, oh. Usife moyo Neria, yuko na wewe mama. Usife moyo Neria, yuko na wewe. Majaribu ni ya dunia, kaza moyo wewe vumilia mama. Usife moyo Neria, yuko na wewe mama. Usife moyo Neria, yuko na wewe.
So
Na ukipotea njia, yeye anakushughulikia mama. Usife moyo Neria, yuko na wewe.
I want to teach you some little bias of the men towards our ladies. Just trust me and walk with me, okay? So never ask a girl why she is in love with you. More so when it doesn't make you so happy when you look into the mirror, because these girls can be very petty. Maybe she's in love with the way you look when you sleep. And if she dare tells you it's because of your personality, then maybe you don't look as good. It is either she tells you she doesn't know why, or she has no reason. But when she tells you this, congratulations. Because your girlfriend has another boyfriend, sorry. Well, these girls cry. These girls cry when they're happy. These girls cry when they're mad. These girls cry when they're scared. Well, all I'm trying to say, sometimes these girls cry when they are not supposed to, you might think. But I will say it for the last time. No girl should miss school because of her menses. Period. Because these girls, well, these girls become mothers. Mothers who give us education awards, some of them can't even spell. And she taught me. She taught me to be everything that I want to be, but the best thing is to be myself. that I can never have everything, nor the excuse of not having them. That I trust you is a better compliment than I love you, since you'll always love the ones that you trust. But it is not always that you'll trust the ones that you love. Yes, my mama taught me the art of trust and integrity. So I use my mama's second name because she is masculine, with belly muscles that stretch from the first, second, third to the 9th month, but even stronger lip muscle that utter words that move my soul. You call this the strength of a woman. These are words that have motherly touch from my mama in low tones, whispers and mama. But she has figure, trust me. Forget about that because she is my fatherly figure now. 8 March, she is first in this chat list. She walked in transparent clothes so that she never walked in transparent clothes so that God can see her through. She prospers. Not good in football, but in everything she always chipped in. Well, bet she had so many other goals in life. And the men in the house, mnanisikia? Tuachane our girls wasome, si ndio? Jutambiaje msichana alishika ball akiwa high school. Education is the key na ameshajifungua. Tangu class 4 Daroza Mao ndio mimi nilianza kuchora mistari. Pia nilienda na exercise book hoping one day nitashare one stage na Juliani. Ukabila ilikuwa rampant, mile clan nilitambua ni uko fulani. Nataka kuwafunza. Life is about moving. If you haven't met the devil yet, maybe you're moving in the same direction ama wewe ndio shetani.
Wow, we appreciate you. Willie, we appreciate you and the team. You've chosen not to be silent, because being silent is a choice. You're speaking through the spoken word, and clearly you're resonating with the youths. I don't know if you people have noticed how they are clapping. How are you clapping? Thank you very much. I welcome back Mr. Jackson Mwe to proceed with the program.
Thank you, youth, for teaching us the new way of clapping. We have been seated for a while. I would request we just stand up, stretch, just stand up and stretch. Good. We can have our seats. We are moving to the next segment of speeches. In the fight against corruption, EACC and other stakeholders have been working very closely with some of our development partners operating in Kenya. They have been critical in the fight against corruption through different programs and activities. The first set of remarks will come from UNODC, and this will be presented by Madam Asmaret Tesifai, the PREET Program Manager, UNODC.
How do you speak after such a presentation? Good morning. Good afternoon. Hamjambo. Okay. Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Permanent Secretaries, Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption, dignitaries, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, how are you again? It is my distinct honor and privilege to join you in the momentous occasion as we commemorate International Anti-Corruption Day, the 2025. It's observed annually on the 9th December This global observance stands as a solemn reminder of our collective responsibility to rekindle our commitment towards upholding transparency, accountability, and ethical governance. We convene under the theme, Uniting with Youth Against Corruption, Shaping Tomorrow's Integrity. This is it's the second consecutive year to underscore the pivotal and promising role of our youth as guardians of integrity and advocates for the change in a world struggling with eroded trust and widening inequalities, given corruption's pervasive effects on our communities and institutions. At a global scale, 1.9 billion young people in the world form nearly a quarter of the global population. Kenya's demographic profile is equally one of the immense promise of a median age of 20 years and approximately 75% of the population under 35. Tackling corruption is therefore essential for securing the future. A global youth essay competition with over 1,300 submissions revealed that young people feel that they are often the first to face the consequences of corruption. They describe the consequences of corruption as underfunded schools that limit access to quality education and scarce job opportunities, which reduce their prospects as healthcare becoming less accessible and opportunities for participation in public being restricted. Here in Kenya, the situation is quite similar, with the National Ethics and Corruption Survey, the 2024, revealing that 67.6% of Kenyans perceive corruption as pervasive, with 65.5% noting its escalation over the preceding year. Unemployment and corruption remain the foremost national concern, impacting the youth with reluctance to report such incidents, driven by the perception that remedial action is unlikely. The youth's emergence as guardians of integrity gives some inspiration. With empowerment and guidance, youth can transcend the role of observers and act as change makers who embody ethical frameworks grounded in the public interest. The Program for Legal Aid and Aid Delivery, PLEAD 2, generously supported by the European Union and implemented by UNODC, which stands for United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, extends its technical support and assistance with the EACC in pursuit of a society defined by integrity and ethical conduct. This aligns with our United Nations Convention Against UNCAC, which Kenya is part of, and among other UN strategic instruments. Our joint awareness efforts are informed by the United Youth Strategy, which prioritizes meaningful youth engagement. In commemoration of this day, we draw inspiration from the outcomes of the recent Youth Integrity Dialogue hosted at Pwani University, convened in partnership with EACC. This forum brought together students, youth leaders, and stakeholders to amplify perspectives that are too often marginalized in anti-corruption discourse. Key highlights included a compelling student-led performance that underscored the youth's imperative to shun complicity in corrupt practices, eliciting profound reflection among participants. Insights from distinguished contributors highlighted the necessity of multi-stakeholder collaboration, electing leaders of an unimpeachable character. The dialogue yielded substantive recommendation, positioning universities as center for instilling ethical values from an early age, harnessing digital platforms for the oversight and transparent documentation of public initiative. UNODC has also advanced this dialogue through innovative programs such as the Youth Integrity Cup, which was conducted earlier this year in July, under the banner of United for Integrity. This event harnessed sports as a medium for promoting ethical decision-making and team leadership while facilitating inclusive participation. UNODC's broader youth strategies emphasize the use of digital tools to leverage youth technological proficiency for accountability mechanisms, youth-driven events to enhance participation, and integrated campaigns under the Youth 2030 that emerge educational outreach policy advocacy. The achievements of Pwani University exemplify the profound potential of youth advocacy, transforming conversations into action, converting challenges into catalysts for reform. and elevating integrity in the forefront of national discourse. On this international anti-corruption, we unite under our shared theme. I urge all present, particularly our youth guardians, to redouble your commitment to advocacy. In conclusion, we mark this International Anti-Corruption Day. Let us renew our pledge to ethical leadership, a discipline that informs every deliberation and action. Shaping tomorrow's integrity requires governments, businesses, educational institutions, civil societies, and young people to unite for a shared purpose. To the young citizens of Kenya assembled here, integrity constitutes your most formidable asset. Employ it to forego illicit conveniences, enforce accountability, and guide the principled resolve. Through the framework of plead to and enduring partnerships with the EACC and other government entities in solidarity as advocates against corruption, we shall not only shed light on prevailing deficiency, but also chart a course of enduring integrity. The moment demands action, and let's play our part to empower the youth of Kenya, fulfill their mandate as the guardians of our legacy, a future guide by integrity. Pamoja tuangamize ufisadi. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Madam Testify. Our chief guest, we have received a short message to the youth from the African Union and Advisory Board Against Corruption. The chairperson, the Honorable Kwame Senanu, has sent a message of goodwill to the youth of Kenya. And the message reads, youth across Africa are encouraged to stand up, speak out, and take their place in the fight against corruption. Youth, that is yours. Receive it. Thank you. Chief guest, our next speaker will be the Charge d'Affaires from the British High Commission, Dr. Barnett.
Good afternoon. Allow me to ride on the protocols already observed, but with a twist. With your permission, CS, I'd like to suggest that you are not the chief guest. In fact, we have more than one chief guest. Please could all those who are under 30 stand up as the chief guests receive applause from all the old people in the room. Thank you very much. You are the chief guests because we are focused on you, and you are the change makers, not of tomorrow, but of today. But it's a really great honor for me to be with you today on behalf of the United Kingdom, and I want to extend a particular thank you to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and to UNODC for gathering us together to mark this important day of raising awareness of corruption and taking stock, as we have heard, on progress in implementing the UN Convention Against Corruption. The theme this year, we have heard, is uniting with youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity. And it could not be more timely. Young people are powerful agents of change. It's with your energy, creativity, as we've seen just now, and determination that you play a critical role in promoting transparency and accountability. Your voices, ideas, and actions are essential in dismantling corruption and building a culture of integrity. I was delighted that my team recently traveled to Kirinyaga University with the EACC to hear the views of young people outside Nairobi. And only yesterday, I hosted a youth panel event to listen and learn. The message was clear. Corruption matters, and young people want to be part of the fight. Incidentally, it was also my first experience of this. Do we call this clicking or clapping? Clicking. Snapping. Snapping. Okay, I'll prompt some more snapping. But from that discussion that I was a part of yesterday, we were reminded that we cannot ignore poverty when tackling corruption. We also heard that young people have a unique advantage in the digital space, using technology and data to expose corruption and demand accountability. The call to action that I heard yesterday was clear. Get involved in anti-corruption activities. Get organized. Use data and evidence, and remain vigilant. Today is about turning these commitments into practical solutions that empower youth to lead the fight against corruption and shape a future built on integrity. Let's snap for that. The United Kingdom and the international community stand in solidarity with Kenya in the fight against corruption. We have been honored to work in partnership with institutions and civil society, from supporting Kenya's progress on the FATF action plan to promoting transparency through the Open Government Partnership. And we have recently rolled out a new multi-year program to strengthen institutions, including supporting the implementation of the Conflict of Interest Act, improving beneficial ownership compliance, and working with the National Youth Council to empower young people as key drivers of change in the fight against corruption. Our program is rooted in fostering citizen engagement to ensure that it remains responsive to Kenyans' needs. But we also recognize, as the UK, that we must make progress at home. And that's why yesterday, the United Kingdom launched a new anti-corruption strategy, signaling our seriousness in tackling corruption both at home in the UK and abroad. And we have also just announced that we will be hosting a major international summit in June 2026 to tackle corruption and dirty money around the world. It will bring together governments, civil society organizations, and private sector representatives to build an international coalition to tackle illicit finance being used to fund crime, terrorism, and evade checks and balances. Tackling corruption is not only a moral imperative, but also a strategic necessity for achieving economic growth, security, and stability. The fight against corruption cannot be waged alone. It requires collective action. Government, civil society, academia, private sector, citizens, and all of you. We will have work to do together to promote integrity over dishonesty and transparency over opacity. Kenya and the UK can go far together. Asante sana.
A round of applause for Dr. Barnett. Thank you for those remarks. Now we are going to receive remarks from the head of the EU delegation in Kenya, Mr. George Pereiro Pinot. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Maybe allow me first to clarify that I am the head of cooperation of the EU delegation in Kenya, representing our ambassador here today. She is participating, as many other heads of missions, on the negotiations on the United Nations Environment Assembly that takes place at the UN headquarters this week. So the Honorable Salim Mvurya, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, the Honorable David Oginde, the Chairperson of the ACC, the Honorable Principal Secretaries here present, senior members of the Judiciary, Government of Kenya, the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum members from the Government of Kenya, from the Parliament, from the Judiciary, civil society, the media representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I would like to allow me to thank the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for having organized the event today, and in particular for having invited the European Union to share a few words. The European Union is deeply committed to the fight against corruption within and outside our borders. And some of you might have heard or might have read this week or last week that current and former top European Union officials have been arrested and questioned over corruption and conflict of interest cases. This is obviously sad news for us at the EU, but it's also, I think, on the positive side, a strong sign of how seriously the EU is taking the fight against corruption. And seriously, we should take it because corruption is, of course, one of the most important impediments to sustainable and inclusive economic growth. It's also an obstacle to the creation of a favorable business and investment environment, and it undermines trust in government and in governance. Most importantly, I would say, it also kills the hope of youth on a prospective future for them, for younger generations. And therefore, one could say that it's not surprised that in many countries, in 24, in 25, the youth have protested, including in Kenya, including in our European Union member states. They protested over what they perceived to be poor governance, mismanagement of public funds, or what in some countries has been called the stolen futures. Of course, Kenya has excellent opportunities to fight corruption. It's one of the early signatories of the UN Convention Against Corruption. You have in your own constitution, 2020 constitution, the necessary provisions for that. But with opportunities come as well high expectations among citizens in general, private sector, civil society, that there will be good governance, the government will be able to deliver high quality services, there will be opportunities to develop the country in a direction that allows many to benefit from all growth and from investment. On the EU, we are certainly much older society that Kenya is. It has been mentioned here already that almost 80% of Kenyans are under 35 years old, while in the EU we are talking about 16 more or less % of youth people or people aged between 15 and 29. But even if it's smaller, youth are also active in the European Union in terms of fighting for the future and their opportunities. We have had protests in the EU, we have calls for institutions to govern better, we have had thousands of requests for access to information submitted every year, for accountability and for integrity tests. This has led the EU in 2010 to launch a EU youth strategy that was renewed in a new one from 29 to 27. And the objective of these strategies is to ensure that our policies and regulations make the most of youth potential. They also try to foster youth participation in democratic life, support social and civic engagement, and aim to ensure that all young people have the necessary resources to take part in society. The EU Youth also inspired what we call the Youth Sounding Boards, which is 16 different variations within and outside the EU. And what they intend is to expand the dialogue and engagement with youth on a number of issues. In the case of Kenya, we launched the Youth Sounding Board some year ago, and we have enormously appreciated regular interactions and consultations with 15 bright, opinionated, and diverse youth representatives from across Kenya. And what can assure you that mostly what's come up from those discussions are, of course, issues of good governance, of democracy, of citizens' accountability, and of the fight against corruption. But of course, stepping up the fight against corruption is not an issue of youth or Gen Z or a demand of them. Is as shown, I believe, by several opinion polls and by the EACC anti-corruption surveys, it's a concern and a key priority for Kenyans across the country and across different social standings. Makes sense because fighting corruption and poor governance becomes essential when, as it has been mentioned here today by one of the youth intervenants, millions of shillings or euros put out of our government budget, which impacts and affects the government's ability to respond to the wishes of citizens, young or old, female or male, urban or rural. The European Union has worked with Kenya on the fight against corruption on several fronts. We have support dedicated at the corruption initiatives. We have also integrated at the corruption activities as cross-cutting objectives in several of our programs. I refer to some on the institutional side. We have just heard about from PLEAD, our justice reform program. We are also supporting public finance management, e-procurement, digital land governance, and business related to human rights. On the civil society side, we have support efforts of civil society to engage youth and women on financial and budget transparency, on accountability, on electoral integrity, on transparency, and access to information and investigative journalism. Maybe I would just also refer, because one of the youth also interveners refer to the case before of corruption, particularly corruption in terms of traffic police, fines, etc. I would like to say, some of you know that, of course, that the EU is a key advocate for Kenya to reduce court backlogs and traffic corruption by moving into instant traffic fines. Many of our interlocutors and partners inside and outside the government believe this alone could change Kenya for the better. Also pleased to share that the EU has, over the past years, been able to witness and sometimes support EACC's and CLIF's much expanded youth engagement. It has been an exciting journey for you and for all, and I think this event today is a clear testimony to how far Kenya has come and how it has evolved in this journey with Youth for All. Just 2 weeks ago, one of our colleagues joined a youth engagement on corruption and integrity at the Technical University of Mombasa, which was very interactive, extremely informative, and indeed very much appreciated for those who were there, including ourselves. In closing, I would just want to share that the European Union will remain with Kenya on its integrity and anti-corruption journey, that under the CLIP leadership and a strong political commitment, I wish all of you much success in empowering, learning, and taking advice from the youth of Kenya, and join force in the battle for integrity, accountability, and prosperity for this country. Asante sana. Thank you.
Our various partners in the fight against corruption have spoken. EACC is the lead agency in Kenya in the fight against corruption. And therefore now we turn to EACC to hear what the Commission is doing. Join me to invite the Secretary Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Abdi Mahmoud, to make his remarks.
Thank you, Jackson. the youth who are our chief guest, please, before I read my speech, which will be very brief, I want to seek your permission to ask the judiciary representative just to make one or two. Where is Justice Musinga? Justice, kindly just come over. Just to, let's hear the voice of the judiciary in this particular event. I think you are one of those people who've been very consistent in our meetings, I've noticed. Kindly just come and, even if you just want to say hi to our youth so that they can clap for you.
Our youth, we are told you are our chief guest. Please stand up. I want to wave at you and honor you. All the under 30s, please be seated. Honorable CS, today we are told they are our chief guests, but we appreciate they are the future and the present, the people who matter most in this country. In this country, in everything that we do as your fathers, mothers, and uncles, expressed very well. And I congratulate that team because your message is very strong in your spoken word, in your songs. And I mention, the judiciary is playing its part, but we can only do, it was about 4,300 or thereabout. To what extent have you and I contributed to the death of those people? Perhaps by not reporting that corrupt police officer, that bad conductor or driver, yourself, perhaps riding a border without putting on a helmet, which we know is against the law, but are endangering our own lives. A country losing more than 300 billion Kenya shillings through road traffic accidents because we have to import these vehicles and spare parts and so on. What I'm saying is that it behooves all of us to play our part to fight corruption, because if we do not do it, we are all going to suffer. We are already suffering, but the suffering will be much in days to come. And so, thank you very much for the invitation. We'll do our part and continue to do what you do. We appreciate what you're doing. You're doing an excellent job, and we'll support you as much as the law enables us to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Yeah. It was important to hear that message, isn't it? Very assuring, refreshing, and we really are grateful for that. So the CS, Honorable Salim Vuria, EGH, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, the two principal secretaries who are present here today, our chairperson, Bishop David Oginde, other dignitaries, development partners, the members of the Fourth Estate. Of course, I've talked about the youth who are our chief guest today. As the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, let me take this opportunity to thank you all for coming to this particular meeting, a very important meeting for us, and a meeting where we are supposed to deliberate and talk about the challenge that is facing our country, which is corruption. For those of you who have been following the work of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, yesterday we launched our annual report for the year 2024-2025, where we reported all the activities that we undertook within the year. I urge you, at your free time, please read that report so that you get to understand the status or the problem of corruption in our country. So let me say that the National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission survey of 2024, which was carried out by this commission, by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, highlights corruption's disproportionate effect on young people through high bribery rates in education, employment, and financial aid services, areas critical for the youth development. However, the survey also revealed a heartbreaking truth. Almost 6 out of every 10 young Kenyans say that they would take bribe if no one was watching. So, despite the fact that youth actually suffer the greatest when it comes to the effects of corruption, but 6 out of 10 of the young people who were asked the question whether they will engage in bribery if given the opportunity, said yes. That is not a very encouraging statement. So, when billions meant for hospitals, roads, bursaries, and universities funding vanish in private pockets, it is not just money that is stolen, it is the jobs that you are supposed to get as young people, the classrooms that were never built, the loans that never reach your HELB account, and the hope that dies a little more each day. That is the result of corruption. These immoral actions by few individuals are robbing an entire generation of its dignity, its trust, its belief in fair Kenya. My message to every young person here today and who are listening to me is, you are not the problem, but you are the solution. And we want you to be part of the solution in shaping a better tomorrow for our nation. This calls for a whole society approach. Thus, we continue to partner with key stakeholders in the public and private sector, the media, the civil society, the youth, and the wider public to stamp out corruption. In this regard, the Commission in June this year signed an MOU with the National Youth Council aimed at collaborating with the youth through joint activities and programs to empower them and advocate for good governance and promote integrity. The Commission has since implemented programs targeting the youth, including joint media appearances, integrity movements in universities and colleges and campuses throughout the Republic. I call upon the youth of this great nation to use their strength, creativity, and energy to advocate for and live the value of respect, patriotism, and fidelity to the rule of law, and hold persons in authority accountable for us to realize our dream of an ethical and prosperous Kenya. The price is high for all of us to be defeated, and future is too bright to be claimed by cynicism, half-hearted actions, or inactions against corruption. I just want to make one remark before I invite our chairperson. And I'm glad our friend from TI, I don't know if she has walked out, Sheila has just walked out. The Institute for Social Accountability, TISA, released a report recently indicating that every day Kenya loses 3 billion Kenya shillings to corruption. And as partners, because this civil society is a very good partner in the fight against corruption, it is good as friends that we always, correct one another where possible or share information where necessary. in my view, and I've read the report, and I've also told the Director of Prevention Service, Vincent Okongo, to go through the report, I did not find a scientific method of arriving at that specific statistic. You know, when you mention a number, there must be a formula that is applied to arrive at that number. If it is generalizing something, we can all generalize information. We know corruption is a problem in our country. But you know, when you indicate that certain number or certain figure is lost to corruption every day in our country, yet you don't provide facts as to how you arrived at that statistic, I think it is good we correct one another. Because as a commission that is responsible for the fight against corruption, we value partners, we value our partners, including TISA and any other social accountability and NGO or any other institution. All that we are asking is, let us give facts. Because anyone who is reading those figures outside Kenya, for example, or who is not aware of the facts as to how those figures were arrived at, will basically assume that these are facts. Yet, we are trying to find out how did these figures originate. Initially, we had heard of figures of 2 billion being lost every day. I also asked our research team to also try and find out the origin of that statistic and the figure. We are yet to arrive at a conclusive decision. All that we are saying is, yes, corruption is a problem. We all appreciate that. But what we are asking is, can we be factual in any report or information we share publicly or internationally? Because all these have some negative effect or impact on our country at the global stage. And I think it's just fair that we ask those of us who are in this space, then when we give figures, let us also share how we arrived at that figure. Thank you so much. Now, please join me in welcoming the chairperson of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Dr. David Oginde, to also give his remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me just check my notes here. Wanamvuria, our CS for Youth Affairs, looks like today you have been disrobed of your honor as chief guest. But it's interesting, before Dr. Barrett spoke, that's exactly what I was also coming to do. You are actually the chief host, because the chief guests who are here are from your ministry. And therefore, you are our chief host today as you host us in this great occasion where we reflect over matters of corruption. I also want to appreciate our chief guests, the young people. What you have shown us here very, very briefly has actually shown that you are in touch with what is happening in the country and what can be done about it. And we want to encourage you to continue to raise your voices and to act in the right way. And we are grateful that you took time to come and be with us on this particular day and on this particular occasion. Our other guests who are here with us, we want to appreciate each and every one of you. Our principal secretaries who took time to come and join us here, our President of the Court of Appeal, our good friend Justice Musinga. Thank you for those impromptu but very pointed words to us all, especially to the young people, and all the other people who are here, my fellow commissioners, our CEO, and all the guests who are here with us, our development partners. Thank you for taking time to come and be with us. Today marks a very significant occasion because we have come here not to commemorate, but to reflect over the matter of corruption. And this is happening globally because today is the International Anti-Corruption Day, a day that has been set apart so that we can reflect on this scourge that is not just affecting our nation, but the nations of the world. In varying degrees, but definitely affecting each and every one of us. The focus this year is on our young people. This is a very important thought about those who set the theme for this year to focus on our young people. Because for a fact, the youth everywhere are the pillars of what is going to happen tomorrow. Those of us who are now being called old were one time young. And time moves very, very quickly. I remember when I was at the University of Nairobi, in our time, every 3 to 4 weeks, we were on the streets and we would be sent home. We would stay a week, 2 weeks, and then be recalled back. We come back, another 3, 4 weeks, we are sent home. And that was my experience in my first year. There was hardly any university term, academic term, that we completed without being sent home once or twice. When I got into second year, I thought to myself, how long will this continue? In fact, what really made it so difficult for me was whenever I reached home with my suitcase, because I came from the village, so whenever the university was closed, I picked my suitcase and we went home. And there was this time when I arrived home in the morning by bus, and 3 or 4, some people asked me a question. Did we send you to university to riot or to study? And I looked at some of these people who were telling me, one of them was actually my former classmate in primary school who did not make it even to secondary. And now he's asking me, did we send you to study or to riot? That touched my heart. And I thought to myself, something has to be done to change this. And so when I came back, at that time, I was also being elected. Did somebody say leaders are what? I voted. I trained leadership, but I've never had that one. So I'm going to add it to my library. Leaders are not born or made, they are voted. So I was voted to be the Christian Union chairman at the University of Nairobi main campus. So I thought, how can I utilize that space to make a difference in the university so that I don't keep going home every 2 years, every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And people who didn't even make it to university, to high school are asking me such questions. Did we send you? Remember the word is, did we send you? No, did you go? Did we send you to go and riot? And so I thought to myself, the only way we can change this is to change leadership of then it was called SONU, Student Union of the University of Nairobi. So I thought, how can we go about this? It required 100 votes to nominate a candidate. So I went to 100 people who knew seriousness and integrity. And I said, can we nominate a candidate? And I had identified a young man who was very promising, very humble. And I said, this is going to be our candidate. And we nominated him. And people voted for him, and he became a leader of the University of Nairobi Student For the next 2 years, this university was not closed. Together with Professor Mbidi, who was our vice chancellor then, they worked together and ensured we never went home. Whenever there was a complaint, they would call the students together, talk to us, explain what is going to be done, and we never went home. That's the power of leadership. But part of the reason I'm saying that is that as a young person, wherever you are, you have a role to play. I was listening to somebody recently, and he said something very powerful. When there is darkness in the room, you don't go into the room and shout at the darkness. You put on a light. No matter how much we shout at darkness, darkness only listens to what? To light. Even if it is a candle, darkness will flee. And so, my call to us today as young people, we have a critical responsibility because our nation is blessed with youthful, bold, energetic, creative population. The statistics have been given to us that this country and the continent as a whole is comprised of young people. This is actually a great asset that can make a difference in our continent. You are our creators and innovators. You are our digital natives, shaping ideas. You know, some of us were born before computer. We are just learning how to use them. But you are born within that time. How can we utilize the resources, the skills, the abilities, the opportunities that you have to change how our country is run? Corruption for too long tried to steal our future. Because when corruption inflates project costs, hospitals remain unfinished, your loans don't get delivered, at least not in time, public funds are mismanaged, jobs are lost. When bribery invades recruitment, talent then gets sidelined and hope diminishes. When Joyce was asking those people who had encountered corruption, it's just that she restricted it to the young people. I would not have told you the story of 20 years ago. I would not have told you the story of 3 months ago. I would have told you the story of 2 weeks ago. Because 2 weeks ago, I was trying to transfer a vehicle using the portal. And when it got stuck, we called an officer to help us in that transaction. This officer said, you need to pay, if you give, no, if not pay. If you give me 10,000 shillings, I will sort you out immediately. So he said, is this official or how is it working? I said, no, it's just to facilitate so that your process can go quickly. So of course I told my colleague who was helping us in this, I said, of course that we can't do. And she knew we can't do that. So she said, if you're not, then you just wait. We said we will wait. 2 days later, when I went to the portal, I found your application has been rejected. So when we called, we asked, why has it been rejected? There was no explanation. The person said, I told you give 10,000 shillings and we'll facilitate this very quickly. So my application had been rejected, not because there was something, but because I had failed to pay 10,000 shillings. I almost felt like saying, do you know who you are talking to? Because all this was going on phone. We were not talking person to person. All this was going on phone, on WhatsApp. So I almost felt like saying, do you know who you are? You are asking 10,000 from. But when I'm doing my personal business, I normally prefer to be an ordinary Kenyan so that I don't take advantage of the office that have been given. So I went to follow this to its logical conclusion. And this person completely refused. We have to pay 10,000 shillings for them to process the application. An application that normally would take, doesn't even take minutes. So I asked one of my people, because I didn't want to act on this on myself. I said, let's find out what exactly is going on here. Why is this rejected without any explanation? When we tried to find out, they never explained. I think they discovered that they had asked the wrong person. So they processed that very quickly. They said, go and check the portal now. When I checked, it had been approved. So I was thinking to myself, how many Kenyans are going through this experience? How many Kenyans do not know another person to ask, like I did? How many Kenyans are seeking ordinary services, simple services, and they cannot get because the people we have put in place to process and deliver services to us are not doing what they ought to do? The only way, I really want to appreciate the young person who stood here, who wanted to get into Huru Gardens and was asked to give something small. He said, you know what, I can go and rest somewhere else. So as he went to rest somewhere else, this person called him back. The other place where he wanted to go also, he was told, no, just come. We can make a decision to defeat this thing called corruption before it defeats us. Young people, if you facilitate, if you perpetuate, if you decide to succumb to the practice of corruption, you are destroying your own future. You are digging a hole that will consume you. So we at the Commission, we are committed to continue to strengthen programs, and policies, our partnerships with young people at the very center, so that we can build a Kenya where corruption will not define us. It is possible in our time. Over the past year, as has been mentioned, we have had a series of engagements with various young people from Murang'a University, Egerton University, Kirinyaga University, Technical University of Mombasa, and other places. And because we believe that we can raise up a new generation of leaders who are not sold out to selfishness, but are ready to build a nation that we can leave behind for future generations. It is our belief that the fight against corruption cannot succeed without the young people at the center of it. I am convinced that if we as young people choose the right path, we can redefine the norms, we can reclaim the trust, we can build integrity, and we can build a nation that we can be proud of. Integrity is not an event. Integrity is not a hashtag. Integrity is a lifelong practice. Every day making the choice to do the right thing, whether people watch or they don't. And that's a choice that some of us have taken over the years. Sometimes it has consequences. But, again, to quote the young person, I don't remember the name, who said, I would rather die than be engaged in corruption. Did you hear him? And he said, after all of us are going to die. I thought that is the spirit. That is the spirit. Some of us are afraid, now if I don't pay, what will happen to me? History has many young people who stood up in significant times against the forces of darkness of their times. At the height of apartheid, when black communities in South Africa had absolutely no rights, Steve Biko arose as a young but a key figure in the black consciousness movement. And he stood up. Unfortunately, he was tragically killed in police custody in 1977 at the age of only 30 years. But he had left an indelible mark that catapulted the nation towards lasting reforms. Nelson Mandela continued with that movement, entered the struggle in his 20s. He did not experience the fruit of his labor until he was 90-something. Winston Churchill, a fierce opponent of tyranny and totalitarianism, he entered the British Parliament at the age of 25 with a passion to transform society. His early political career included stances against the oppressive policies of the British Empire in places like India and South Africa. Later, in his career, he became known for his resolute stance against Nazi Germany. In the same context, William Wilberforce, at age 25, entered Parliament and was instrumental in the abolition of slavery. And the list goes on. I can go on, but time is not on our side. What this is telling us is that if the young people of our time take the place that is theirs, we can drive the corrupt out of this country. We can get them out of this place. We can make their lives so difficult that they will not survive. I believe we can do it. And that's why we have invited you to partner with us during this International Day, Anti-Corruption Day, so that we make life of the corrupt very difficult in this country. You can only be beneficiaries of tomorrow if you choose to be the architects of today. So you must choose integrity, refuse to sell your birthright for a bowl of soup. Do not allow yourself to be purchased. You know, when we talk about goons, have you heard something called goons in this country? Do you know who those goons are? They are human beings like you and I, young people particularly, but who have sold themselves for a little money to go and destroy property, disrupt meetings, kill people. Don't allow yourself to be used as goons. You have a better future than that. Don't take shortcuts of buying exams and fake certificates, bribing other people. I believe that as we mark this day, there is great potential. And I believe that you and I can shape a nation that we will be very proud of. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for coming to join us here. My hope is greatly raised, having listened to you and watched some of the things that you have done. We are truly grateful. I appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you to the Cliff team for organizing this very different approach to our International Anti-Corruption Day. Chief Host, it is your turn to come and talk to your people. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I was confirming that he was voted. Yeah, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs, Madam Judith Pareno, the Chair of EACC, Bishop Dr. David Oginde, the CEO, my brother Abdi Mohammed, Mr. George Pereiro, the head of delegation in the EU here present, Dr. Ed Barnett, the Child Affairs British High Commission, the President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Musinga, Ms. Asmat Tesfaye, Lead Program Manager, UNODC, Dr. David Omonyo from the Media Council, Ms. Judy Njino, the Executive Director, UN Global Compact, and of course, recognizing our chief guests, and also who are my key partners and clients in the administration of youth affairs, creative economy, and sports in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I missed some of the sessions in the morning. We had a cabinet in the morning, and therefore I missed part of this program. However, for the time I've been here, I've been able to catch up, you know, with the topic and also with the key discussions for us here today. I want to say from the beginning that I am really pleased to join you in this very, very important meeting where we are also commemorating the International Anti-Corruption Day. We are commemorating this day with a very exciting and inspiring theme, uniting with youth against corruption, shaping tomorrow's integrity. This theme definitely is very, very urgent, necessary, reflective, and timely within our society's demographic reality. And the demographic reality is that we have a bigger percentage of Kenyans, almost 70%, who are the youth of our country. The theme is a call to action on all sectors to empower young people as key partners in the fight against corruption. Building a just and transparent society requires collaboration across generations, across sectors, across institutions, with the youth at the driving force, shaping integrity now and in the future. We share the conviction with the world that corruption is not only a crime, but a profound injustice, one that steals opportunity, erodes trust, and undermines the promise of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya holds a special place in this global journey because in 2003, December 9th, Kenya became the first country in the region to sign and ratify the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, affirming the government commitment to build governance culture grounded in integrity, transparency, and accountability. The convention continues to guide reforms across our legal and institutional framework. And I must say that within this journey, Kenya has made very inspiring strides in the fight against corruption, with the setting up of the EACC, who have also continued to make sure that they prevent and fight corruption in all its spheres. The United Nations established this day to raise global awareness on the effects of corruption and to remind the citizens of the importance of integrity. As we reaffirm this commitment as a nation, we recognize that today's youth are more informed, more connected, and more vocal than ever. They are using technology and digital platforms to ask for accountability, and they envision a better Kenya. Young people represent the energy, creativity, and future of our country. Our responsibility is to support their courage and equip them with the requisite instruments, knowledge, and opportunities to translate their passion to change into sustained transformative results. Ladies and gentlemen, the government, in its commitment to achieve the aspiration of Kenyans as embodied in the Kenya Vision 2030, is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is geared towards several key objectives, among them to bring down the cost of living, eradicate hunger through irrigation and food security, create jobs, ensure universal health care, promote human development, innovation and research, and expand our energy potential and existing infrastructure. This kind of development framework targets enhancing incomes for those at the bottom of the economic pyramid and ultimately improve their livelihoods. I'm happy to observe that this well-thought-out economic model has begun to yield results, more so at the macroeconomic level, and so the impact will be felt in the entire economic ecosystem as lived benefits. When corruption thrives, it is the youth who suffer the greatest loss through diminished opportunities, distorted resource allocation, weakened public services, and compromised trust in meritocracy. It deprives the youth quality education and healthcare, it limits job opportunities, undermines merit-based advancement, and fuels inequality and mistrust in public institutions. For many, corruption feels like a wall that blocks aspirations and punishes effort. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Youth Affairs under my ministry is also working to expand platforms for young people to participate in governance, innovation around transparency, and use creativity and sports to amplify integrity messages nationwide. One of the key strategies is to promote meaningful youth participation and inclusion in national development and leadership. And in this respect, I want to say that the Cabinet already approved that the National Youth Council elections will be done in February next year. And therefore, those who aspire to be voted, please prepare. Because the National Youth Council is a very critical institution to organize youth and also be able to foster governance and accountability in a much more organized manner. Through the National Youth Opportunities Toward Advancement project, the ministry deliberately adopted application and selection systems that guarantee transparency and promote the use of digital tools to support access to business grants. What I'm saying here is that we have been able to employ technology. Technology where in this project, you don't need to know anyone. You don't need a committee. You don't need to talk to anyone. You only need your phone, *254#. It's a 20 billion project, and it is running on your mobile phone. So if you want to participate in the business support component, where we are targeting 110,000 youth in the country, you go to your phone, and you make the application, and you receive your money on that phone. If you want to participate in the recognition for prior learning, which is now on course, you do the same. And the recognition for prior learning is looking at the youth who have skills, but they don't have any certificate. So we work with you to ensure that we recognize your certificate together with the Minister of Education. On the job experience is looking at those who have been in tertiary institutions, they have technical skills, they don't have experience. Again, you run the application on your phone. And then we run this program where we enlist 90,000 youth across Kenya and mentor them through trades in the various towns with a 6-month mentorship where you are paid 6,000 per month, all running on the phone. And then the same program is enlisting 600,000 young people who will be trained in procurement issues. And again, this is to provide opportunity for our youth so they can do business both in the county and in the national government. Again, this is a very big opportunity. And as you are already aware, the government has approved e-procurement system so that we can also avoid wastage. And therefore, these are opportunities available to our young people. The establishment of countrywide digital innovation hubs continue to expand the space for youth voices, innovation, enterprise, and leadership. These hubs are nurturing a new generation of creators and problem solvers. The government of Kenya is running a 100 1,000-kilometer fiber across the country. And basically, this is to promote use of technology for basic services. And therefore, what I'm saying here, Honorable Chair, because you are elected, you are honorable. Honorable Chair and also participants, is that one way also of encouraging transparency and accountability is to use technology. And the government of Kenya is positioning infrastructure across Kenya to make sure that that can be possible. We have also continued to expand these centers, the ICT hubs in the country, that ensure our young people not only have access to technology, but also understand how to use it ethically, with safety and for the public good. They promote responsible digital citizenship by equipping youth with the skills to combat misinformation, uphold online integrity, protect personal data, and contribute to a safer, more accountable digital ecosystem. These efforts are strengthened by the country's evolving legal and regulatory framework, including the Data Protection Act, which safeguards personal information. And on this, I want to say that the various arms of government have consistently provided a policy environment, the legal environment, to ensure that we anchor efforts to prevent corruption, but also deal with corruption when it happens. This journey of legal reforms, I think, has been a long one, but I must appreciate that we have had very good progress as a country. And I think where we are, because I also know the Conflict of Interest Act was signed in July, and where we are now is to see how we can use this enabling environment to foster values that prevent and deter corrupt activities. Together, these laws reinforce our work in government by providing a secure, transparent, and well-regulated environment with which young people can innovate, participate, and lead responsibly in the digital age. Under the Department of Sports, we have equally inculcated similar governance models where now we hold federations and we are carrying out key reforms to ensure transparency, fairness, and accountability in athlete selection. I'm saying this because we have elevated the profile of our athletes in the country. And we've made it even more competitive because we have approved the new rewards. And these new cash rewards can be a source of corruption for some people, because we have moved those who win gold awards from 750,000 to 3 million. And those who win silver from 500,000 to 2 million. And those who win bronze from 300,000 to 1 million. So definitely this competitive process also requires safeguards, and therefore we have also worked to ensure that these reforms are in tandem, with making sure that federations are also inculcating good management and good governance, because otherwise they will deter and curtail the talents of the youth of our nation. Together, these efforts reflect government that is intentional about equipping young people with opportunities, skills, and platforms to lead, innovate, and shape Kenya's future with integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, time has come where young people do not pass merely as victims of corruption, but they must stand to be counted as powerful drivers of change. Their creativity, energy, and digital savviness place them at the forefront of seeking accountability and shaping national conversation on integrity. It is important to also understand that being a youth is not a permanent position. You know, the people sitting in front, those who are clapping for the youth, are retired youth, including the chair. And I think it's good you told us your journey when you are at the university. You know, Mgomo, but I think your community and where you came from, they were very, very accountable. So the degree was not yours. Yeah, and that's why they said, we sent you. So across digital innovation, civic engagement, creative arts, sports, and social accountability initiatives, young people have consistently demonstrated their ability to expose wrongdoing, mobilize communities, and champion integrity. Today, we recommit ourselves to empowering our youth to deepen public awareness, champion innovative solutions, participate in meaningful governance, and hold institutions accountable through informed civic engagement. I want to applaud the youth champions, influencers, artists, student leaders, and grassroots organizations whose courage continue to shape Kenya's integrity landscape. Your voices, creativity, and leadership are contributing to the Kenya we aspire to build. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of our shared responsibilities as government, EACC, civil societies, and development partners is to listen. Young people have ideas, solutions, and lived experiences that should shape national policy and institutional strategies. This commemoration, therefore, offers us an opportunity to elevate these voices, not just today, but consistently. We must transform dialogue into meaningful, inclusive decision-making process and a culture of addressing concerns in our society. I wish to reiterate the support of government to implement programs that will see a more informed, vigilant, and empowered youth population and greater participation of youth in anti-corruption initiatives, so that as a nation, we convey a strong and unified national message that corruption has no place in Kenya. Now, before I make the declaration for today's function, I also want to say I'm not going to give a story like Chair, but many of you also know that I have been voted at some point. If you don't know, I was voted term 1. And we were with Madam here in ODM. Then term 2, I was voted in Jubilee. And if I wanted term 3, I would have been voted on any party. Because again, even those who are voted can inspire integrity. And I think that is a point I want to make here, because at some stage, depending on the positionality, we reduce this matter of corruption into finger pointing. When you are on this side, you feel you are more inspired to point a finger at what is happening on the other side. When you are on this other side, you keep quiet. It is okay. What I want to say is that as Kenyans, away from the legislation that we have made, we need to inculcate a value system from family, community, and at any level. Because today, if you ask some of the young people, who is your role model, you will get different answers. And those answers can point to you some of the issues that the CEO was saying here today, that 6 out of 10 would say, if I'm in a room alone, I would also take a bribe. So I think the most important thing is also to diversify the prevention and fight against corruption, to inculcate value system. What value systems do we have in our training institutions? As we are now reviewing the curriculum in education, how have we prepared the curriculum to prepare our young people to live and grow in an environment that has integrity and in an environment that, you know, is very transparent and accountable? It is important because when we look at the issues, and I'm happy the CEO has spoken, because some people and institutions have taken the fight against corruption emotional. And that is why you have alarming facts and figures, very alarming. So if we want to succeed, we should commit to correct information. Correct information that is going to give us room to take action. Correct information that is going to assist the judiciary in making sure that they also nail those who are corrupt within the legal framework with evidence. So the other thing we need to invest in is technology. Technology has proved to be a good tool to foster transparency and accountability, even though there are also challenges, because you know right now we pay most of our services through eCitizen. But from the experiences of the chair, it looks like technology can also be captured. It can also be captured by some people. So I think what we need to do is to work around the corner in a 360 participation process to ensure that whatever we do to prevent and fight corruption, we also have a wall that prevents hacking, capturing, and many other vices. So I don't want to say much because this is a very important topic. It is a vice in our society, which we should fight all ages, all institutions, all stakeholders. And the good news is that we are talking about it. We need to move another step now to convert our words into action. It is not a responsibility of one person, of one institution, but when you see that there's good legal framework, you know, legal framework that is supportive, the policy framework is supportive, then the government, through the leadership of His Excellency the President, has created that enabling environment. It is upon us to now decide, because as Chair said here, it is a decision. If you want to work with professionalism and integrity, it is a decision. When you want to learn civil engineering, and you are buying the lives of many people. If you are buying a certificate to be a doctor, you are threatening lives. Those are personal decisions that we need to make. The institution can catch up with us, but sometimes the institution is overwhelmed. So it requires our personal decisions, and it requires us to make sure that we have values in what we do. Finally, we require collective action from all of us to make sure that we succeed in this matter. the PS in charge of youth affairs is now turning 30. You know, I used to say he's 29, so now I have graduated to 30. So he's a youth. And therefore, when we talk about youth and young people, the youth now sit in the decision-making table in government. We want more of that to happen. But the most important thing is when you are sitting on that table, what are you bringing? You should bring integrity. You should bring matching words with action, because that is where we can succeed. I have many stories to tell, but not for today, because I work with youth many times. I will be telling you much more about my journey. But the most important thing I want to say to our young people is that when you are a youth, it is not a permanent state. You are very creative, you are very innovative, but you soon transit into another category. And you can see even the retired youth, when they get gray, they look for dye so they can still remain with black hair, which means the youthful age is very prime. It's very prime because, again, you have an open check to your career. You are at the stage where you can be what you want to be. You have a dream. You have the potential. The government and our international partners are also creating strategic opportunities for you to succeed. So if you want to succeed, you need to connect with the next available opportunity in a very proactive manner, in a manner that will be transformative, not in a manner where you will be used by another person to assist them to reach their destination. And I think, the Chair, that is where you are coming to about the goons. Because that is where somebody is using the youth so they can arrive at their destination, not the destination of the youth. You see, so I think you need to be careful. As a ministry, we are open. We will work with you. We have several programs. And there are a lot of experiences that we can share with you because we have been there before. And there are many of them. If I had time to give microphone for these who are here, even Justice may not have been the first choice to be a lawyer. Maybe he found himself there. You see, so there are many people here with different experiences, and I think in another forum we can share. But I think the most important is for you to be available. There are various opportunities. Now the internship program in government through the Public Service Commission is available for those who have just finished university. Make use of those opportunities. And with those many remarks, because even as I'm the key host, I had been given the honor on behalf of the youth to now declare the 2025 International Anti-Corruption Day commemoration officially open and to wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Tumewashukuru sana. Asante.
Thank you for those remarks, Chief Host. I want to invite all of us to appreciate the CS for those remarks. Again, join me to appreciate all the speakers who have taken the podium today. Because this is important, as Cliff, we want to request the Chief Host, together with all the speakers who have taken the podium today, to come to the stage to take a group photo. And that includes the speakers from the youth movement who spoke differently. I kindly and humbly request all the speakers who have taken the podium, you come to the stage. Okay. Once it is done, let me know. The camera people, you let me know, because there are others who will be joining. The CEOs, vice chancellors, development partners, the CRJ, the judge, just be ready. Commissioners from ESCC, just be ready to join. The first one is just for the speakers. Is it done? Okay. ESCC commissioners, CEOs who are with us, the Chief Registrar, kindly join the team. Okay. Can I propose that we stand here? Yeah? Yeah. Just so that we can utilize the space, I will request those who are younger than me, the youth, to be down here. Yeah? Just be down here. Then we can come closer because we will have the youth lining up here. I can have more youth join here. I can have more youth. Yeah. Yes? Yes, it's okay. Can have more youth line up here. I will also invite my colleagues, directors from ESCC, kindly come up. Kindly come up. Thank you for coming in big numbers. We need to smile for this photo. Yeah. Thank you so much. I will humbly request that we go back to our seats so that we make a few announcements. Thank you, sir. Just some few announcements before we go for lunch. One, lunch will be served to all of us. and it will be served in 2 venues on account of just space, not because the lunch is different. The lunch is the same. But on account of space, it will be served in 2 venues. We will have the chief host and all the members of his front bench, all the speakers, will be guided to Taifa Hall, where they will take their lunch as you continue consultations with Bwana Waziri. But you'll be guided to that specific venue. So all the CEOs, the chief registrar, the vice chancellors here, our commissioners, all the speakers, and our colleagues, my colleagues, the EACC directors, you will join the chief guest in Taifa Hall for lunch. We will also have lunch, the same lunch, served at the delegates' lounge. Lunch will be served at the delegates' lounge. Again, we have our ushers out here who will be able to guide us, so that again, there is no congestion, and so that again, we'll be able to take lunch within a short time. This is the reason we have another session after lunch. We are breaking for lunch a few minutes past 2, and we'll be requesting we come back at 3. And this is important, particularly for the youth, because when we come back, we will have an interactive dialogue, which basically will be spearheaded by the youth. And after that dialogue, we will have some inspirational talk by the youngest principal secretary of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Fikirini Kaindi. He will be coming to speak to you. So don't leave it. Your PS is coming. So after lunch, make sure that you come back so that you listen to the youngest PS in the Republic of Kenya. So we will be coming back at 3 p.m. to continue with that segment of the program. We are aware the chief guest and other members might be having other commitments. Feel not obligated because you have done your duty. You can proceed to attend to the other programs, because the programs which will engage in after lunch will mainly be for the youth. But for those of us who are able to stay, we encourage you to stay so that we are part of that dialogue. Thank you so much. I want to invite Director John Lokoloi. Director John Lokoloi, I want to invite you to come and just pray for lunch. Our ushers, be ready to guide the respective teams. And just to give it order, the team going with the chief guest will be the first to leave the room, so that again, we don't have congestion at the door. Thank you.
So let's pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, of the Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, with the gifts that you are about to receive from thy bounty. In Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. So the CS's party will leave at this point.